I think that's it, right? That's it. We can get started. Yeah. Yeah, let's do this. I think it's right over here. This is the button I normally hit to get started, right? Hey there, friends. I'm all confused. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is January 28th, 2025. And we're going to write a little bit of code today. Oh, you want to take a look at this? Go ahead, take a look. And there goes the Hatbot getting things started. Let me say hello to chat. It's this button right over here. There we go. How's it going there, chat room? We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube. I feel like I'm all confused here. Let me get things started. Greeting folks and welcoming in CTI Geek, C Sharp Titan. I didn't sleep too well last night, but we'll get past that. I got a nice tall cup of Good Morning America here next to me. I'll get back to your question in a little bit here. Reg, good to see you. Billy Cool, hello. UNESCO, web is another portion of dev. That's right. Rambling Geek, hello. And yes, you are entirely right, Rambling Geek. Smirking Squiggly.
Smirking _ Squiggly just resubscribed. For 22 months.
That's right.
January's chill, so stark, code in C# sparks a bright arc. With syntax so sleek, and logic unique, it lights up the dark like a spark.
Wow. Thank you for that poem. Appreciate that. Getting the text-to-speech talking nicely. Thank you. Really appreciate the support. It is my Philly Pride hat. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's right. It says it's a Philly thing, stylized with Philly in bright green, while the rest of the hat is white, creating a striking contrast. The design celebrates Philadelphia culture and pride. That's right. It's actually an Eagles hat. There's an Eagles logo on the back that it can't see. We'll talk about that in a little bit. So it's what happened here? 1 second. All right. That that was fast. What was fast? The response from it. It was. Good morning, Robson Previato. Hello, Surly Dev. Good to see you. I'm sorry, Surly. Great to see you, Surly. So, good afternoon, Cymac. Weird Beard Dev. Happy Tuesday. Everything's going well. And yes, it's bright green up here. I've turned my chroma key screen around so I can wear something that had green on it. I have a green Eagles hat. Couldn't get that to work. It is too similar to it. So, it's been quite a morning, let me tell you. Let me start with that question back there from C Sharp Titan, asking, have I seen Nick Chaps' video about why developers and companies hate .NET 9? He talks about Microsoft and the LTS and STS release cycles and instead just having a release for every 3 years. I'm going to get some music playing in the background here before I address any of that. I'm going to go with the Stream Beats Synthwave playlist, so we just have something just chill in the background. Start with this. This is called Serenity. And the song should pop up right here. We'll see it. I promise. It's coming. Right? Yeah. All right. Maybe it's going to take its time. Oh my goodness.
Janice27 just resubscribed for 30 months.
Thank
30
you.
months.
Really appreciate the support. And that means that a hype train just started. Awesome. Let me get into that question though about Nick's video. Why folks hate .NET 9. It's not they hate .NET 9. It's that they don't like the short release cycles. Here's the deal. .NET has millions of folks that use it. That means that anywhere from hobbyists to startups to small and medium-sized companies to enterprises to governments use .NET. And they have different needs. They have different requirements. And consequently, there are some folks that want to stay on the bleeding edge and want to use the latest everything. That's great. There are other folks that want to keep .NET around and build and have something that they can get support for the next 10, 15, 20 years. And it's not sustainable to have versions that support both. At both 20-year life cycle and bleeding edge releasing something once every 3 to 6 months. It's really hard to do. That means you need to have a lot of folks that are working in a support group. I worked on that support group. And we were managing, at the time, we were managing .NET 4.6, 4.6.1, 4.6.2, 4.7, 4.7.1, and 4.8. That was 6 different versions of .NET. That's a lot of different code to support for millions of customers. So, understanding that and looking at means that those were hanging out there for 5 to 10 years each, which is very, very expensive to maintain and do, and then go apply security patches and updates to all of them. It's a lot. It's a lot. So when there's a chance to recalculate some of that, to recalibrate, and you want to support folks with bleeding edge capabilities that are constantly coming out, because here's the thing, the flip side of the argument of you're releasing too fast, you don't have long enough support cycles The flip side of that is, well, this is dead. You're not releasing new features for that. There are no updates. Therefore, it's dead and you shouldn't use it. Even if it is scheduled and announced to come out every 2 or 3 years, it doesn't matter. Because people will say things, people will push and lean into, well, gosh, they haven't done anything. There's nothing new out there. Even if it is being worked on in open source, in quiet, off to the side, and there is no public statement about it, it doesn't matter. The press and the open source community, as we've seen, likes to make up stories. Oh, well, in my analysis, because there hasn't been a C# language meeting in 2 months means that they're winding down the language. No! People make up stories about Microsoft all the time because of what they perceive. Everything is clearly documented. Annual release cycles. You can see folks working on it. We have our community stand-ups. So we need to assure folks it's being worked on. And the fact of the matter is, there are people like YouTube influencers who are constantly talking about the new features that are being built in the open source repositories. That's a content. That is a well of brand new content that those folks are always going to. And as new commits happen in the ASP.NET and .NET repositories, they're talking about them. So if they weren't released sooner than later, then they'd start to bash, well, why isn't this done? Why isn't this released? So how do you mix we're releasing something very quickly to support all of those folks, which is something that they very much depend on for their livelihood, with the long-term support that enterprises and the like want? That's why you have short-term support and long-term support life cycles. And when you look at the long-term support life cycles, there are folks who say that 3 years isn't enough. You're right. For some folks, it isn't. And you can get paid support after that if you want to buy it. It's not very well visible, but if you're a large enterprise, if you're a government, there are paid support cycles available. So the question isn't so much, why do people hate it? It's, why don't people like the different support cycles? Because there's different support cycles for different folks. And the short-term support cycles, the odd-numbered versions, the large customers don't want to use. And that's okay. You don't have to. That's why they're out there. So that the folks who do want to be bleeding edge, the folks who do want the latest versions, those folks that want to create content about the latest features of .NET and release a video twice a week, they can do that. So it's a choice. And not everybody has to take every version. And not everybody has to use every feature. You don't like pattern matching? That's okay. You don't have to use it. You don't like C# records? That's okay. You don't have to use it. When was the last time you saw a struct in your code? How about a span of T? You don't have to use those features. They're available, but you don't have to use every feature. That's okay. That's the beauty of choosing a technology. You can choose what features you use. So that's right. Influencers love clickbait. You got it, Billy Cool. And quite frankly, I've been putting together and recording some videos that promote and talk about why Blazor is so good. I think those of you that watch these streams, seeing me work with Blazor, you see where we've had some great success with it. There's places where we stumble and we have a hard time. And there's absolutely places for improvement. Nothing wrong with that at all. And then there's folks who say, well, it should be so much better than this by now. It's been around for a while. Maybe it should be. Sure. And there's people working on that. There's people whose jobs it are to make that better. And they're working on it. They're not leaving stuff out there and not listening to your feedback. Here's the deal. The feedback button in Visual Studio, they have to respond to every single one of those messages. There are people whose job it is to review and triage and respond to every single one of those messages when you click the smiley icon in Visual Studio. They see it. They know it. And they're prioritizing and working on it. So, Codebase Alpha, hello. Having a nightmare getting your .NET Aspire application system to deploy with AZD deploy in an Azure DevOps pipeline. Seems to think the bicep secure parameters are not defined. I don't use ADO, Azure DevOps. If you're really struggling with it, the Discord, the C# Discord that's out there has an Aspire channel, and David Fowler hangs out in that channel. Post some of your information about it, and they will follow up. He's been very good about that. Smirking Squiggly says upgrading to .NET they found to be less of a hassle than people make it out to be. Yes. And with the stuff that's going on with Upgrade Assistant, it's going to get even better. You taught some .NET on a Discord? That's thank you, UNESCO. Appreciate you spreading the good word about .NET. Rambling Geek says 100% to the dead comment, yet all the JavaScript frameworks update all the time and a new one pops up almost every week. See, that's right. That's the other side, and absolutely, that's absolutely the folks either really like that or hate that. And I work with some folks who are JavaScript developers who positively love that and will spend their morning on a treadmill after having breakfast and just looking at what's new with the JavaScript frameworks and libraries that I use. Literally just browsing and getting updates, making notes, and then going back and seeing how they're impacted. It's literally chasing and following thousands of packages. It's rough. I have not talked about DeepSeek. We can talk about that. Oops, I scrolled there. You have an idea, says Jeeb. Could it be possible to have live sessions helping the Blazor team resolving issues and push PRs? I think with some help, Blazor could be even better. Totally agree. We've done hackathons like that with MVPs in the past. And they were for a while doing hackathons on a Discord and coordinating them. It's a little bit tricky to do that kind of thing. Blazor isn't isolated on GitHub. You have to pull down all of ASP.NET to get Blazor. So it gets to be a little bit tricky. But I'm up for trying that again. Noted. I will happily look at that and see what we can do to discuss some sort of Blazor community hackathon. That's something we can talk about. No promises, but we can talk about it. If no regulatory meeting in 2 months means something is shutting down, Java shuts down all the time. Perception is reality to some folks, yes. Wouldn't it be simpler to align the end of support dates between long-term support and short-term support? So instead of .NET 9 ending support in May, ended in November with .NET 8? We had done that. and folks wanted an extra 6 months to migrate. So I completely agree with you, Billy, and folks wanted more time to migrate. Hey, my secure gift. Hello, good to see you. So there's a question I got to make sure I come back to talk about DeepSeek. Make sure I talk about that. Don't they store data on servers located in China? They do when you run their service. Yes. 5 hottest new languages you won't believe. Number 3, clickbait gone wild. You're right. Looking forward to the new dashboards in Aspire 9.1. So it can be frustrating that .NET Aspire is open source, and folks talking about the new features before the release date, and we've had this problem since .NET went fully open source with .NET Core 1, and we've been learning how to deal with this. It's frustrating that folks kind of steal the thunder of the .NET team and go and broadcast and talk about those things. Like, that's the other side of open source. Great, you've made all this great code available, the good feel, the good vibes that it delivers and gives to the tech community. But on the other hand, your marketing announcements are trash. Like, when it comes time to announce and show and say, hey, look at all this great stuff, everybody goes, yeah, we already saw that. Tell us something we don't know. Well, we built it open source. There's nothing else to show. The only time that you can do something new like that is when you're building something completely in isolation that hasn't been released yet, and then you get to publish it. So .NET Aspire, completely built off to the side and then merged when it was available and done. Microsoft Extensions AI, completely built, isolated on the side, and then merged when it was done. Once it's open source, there's a land rush from influencers who are monitoring every check-in, every issue, and commenting and creating content about it. Which, that's great. They get an audience. They're able to spread the message a little bit wider because it's not Microsoft that's talking about it. But on the other hand, we don't need a marketing department to build and work on announcements then. Which then turns around and has a number of other negative effects, because if you don't need a marketing department to announce and promote something that's coming out, and to do customer surveys and get that feedback and dial that in, well, there's other things that you can't do because you don't have a marketing budgeted and marketing department that are working on that. Now you have a much smaller group that works on promoting and budget working on that, which then means that the budget that can be allocated for that much smaller, much less that can be done there, because the open source and tech community has started assuming some of that responsibility. Any suggestions on multi-tenant what? We will talk about DeepSeek. I've got it pinned here. You started to teach C# to your 7-year-old son. He's very excited. That's great, Robson. Glad to hear it. I look like a smart guy. Thank you. How you doing there, Mythin? He just created for about 20 custom controls by dragging some text into the toolbox. However, for some reason, Visual Studio cannot seem to find them anymore. Do I happen to know where they get stored? You created snippets. Not just, right, dragging text onto the toolbox creates snippets. There's other panels there, right? I think that's what you're describing. Hey, McNets, hello. R.L. Wakefield, you're sure that Daniel Roth would absolutely love to see a Blazor hackathon? He was the one who hosted them a few years ago. So, something we can talk about, and we'll see where it goes. Carl Codes is here over on YouTube. Hello, hello. Do I have any sites for .NET, ASP.NET related news updates that I visit daily? Asks .NET Dev. GitHub issues. The announcements tab for .NET. If you watch the announcements, is it the announcements channel, the announcements repository on the .NET on the .NET organization, you'll get an email when they post announcements in there. So it's not that Microsoft can't win. It's a hard decision to decide where does Microsoft invest to promote or invest to grow the product. And based on reactions to things that happened with .NET Framework around the original versions of Entity Framework, around ASP.NET MVC, we think we've reached a pretty good place with our technical contributors. It's now a question of managing gently the interactions with the open source community. It's a tricky thing to do, and when you are working on features that you may want to turn into a paid product, if that code has touched the open source repository in any way, the community is not going to be happy if you say, okay, we'd like to make this a paid product now. Even though we were working on it before in the open, we would like to make it a paid product. That doesn't work. That we learned the hard way, that doesn't work. Okay. So how do we innovate, build products around .NET so that we can continue to fund it, get the promotion and news and credit for building and innovating features while staying open source and everybody can see what we're doing and contributing? It's a difficult balance. You do love .NET Aspire, although isn't that it always was open source, Carl? You think Microsoft probably needs to consider its core audience, the people who find out from social media will do that. Microsoft needs to speak to those thousands of developers who don't watch social media. And that's a whole nother challenge. How do you talk to folks that don't browse our blogs, watch our videos, come to a Ignite or Build event once every 4 or 5 years? It's tricky. Ads just kicked in for the next 2 minutes. I'll take it easy here going through. The examples you look for, okay. Is running DeepNet model cheaper too? I think you mean DeepSeek thens. Running it locally is supposedly cheaper. When they talk about and the cost to use their services is significantly cheaper. Like a million tokens with DeepSeek is 14 cents. A million tokens with OpenAI is $14 American, right? In American currency, in constant currency. So it's literally 99% cheaper to use the online services. And it's open source, so you can even run it locally if you want. But then you need the GPUs and horsepower to run it locally. If you want to run one of those, an AI model with a Raspberry Pi, with I was trying to run on my Synology. You don't have the horsepower to run it. You don't have the hardware to run it. You're going to want the external service. So now, where are you going to be investing to use that? Eddie Dre, hello. You tried the file system folder traversal, and it created a folder. Oh, you worked, okay. That's good to hear that you went and were investigating that. Thank you, DGen1. We're going to get into SharpSight here in a little bit. I see a couple of pull requests and issues open. We'll talk about those. Big thanks to folks that have been contributing. C# Titan says, when working with Aspire in .NET 9 on Mac OS, do I still need to install Aspire as a workload? No. .NET Aspire does not need to be installed as a workload any longer. They've changed the package model so that the workload is not needed as of .NET 9. So if you're still working with .NET 8, so you have the long-term support release, you do need to install the workload. Surly's correct. Scott calls the developers who don't read Microsoft blogs, who don't watch our videos, don't have an online interaction with Microsoft. He refers to them as dark matter developers. How do we reach out and connect with those folks? They might read Code Magazine. They might have read MSDN Magazine when that was a thing. It's very difficult to reach those folks. Yes, I do have a Synology. You run containers on your Synology? You have a DS923 with 32 gig of RAM? Yeah, I forget what model this is. Thank you for the congratulations. So this weekend, and that's where the hat came from, the Philadelphia Eagles won. No, that should have gotten in. There it is. The Philadelphia Eagles won the NFC Championship. Go ahead, take a picture of the hat. Go ahead. So they've qualified now for the Super Bowl in 2 weeks. It's going to be phenomenal. It's a tremendous event. We're very excited here in the Philadelphia region. So we'll see what happens. I'm very excited. The team is quite dominant this year, with an amazing run game. So we are excited to see how this goes. The run game is phenomenal. The defense is tremendous. Over the weekend, forcing 4 turnovers, 3 fumbles and an interception. There we go. That's the right hat. That's a little bit more of what we're talking about. So, the team had 7 rushing touchdowns all season long. The analysts, the sports analysts, the prognosticators were saying, Philadelphia has no chance here because they can't pass the ball. My gosh, they're coming out and they pass for only 150 yards a game. But these teams over here that we really like, they pass the ball for 300 yards a game every game. And 300 is kind of a magic number. That you cross 300 yards and you have a really good passing game each game. That's great. 300 yards and they pass for 2 or 3 touchdowns. Look at that. This team over here, they know what they're doing. They're on the fast track. Here's the deal. When your football team is running for more than 200 and 250 yards a game and scoring 2, 3, 4 rushing touchdowns a game, you don't need to pass the ball. You can save that until you actually need it. If you're winning games by 10, 14, 20 points, just rushing the ball, who cares? You go 14-3, and one of those losses because a bunch of folks got injured. Who cares? You won 14 games. Oh, well, they're not passing the ball enough. So what? Could look at it the other way. Gosh, these folks passed the ball for 350 yards, but they only rushed for 50. That running game's going to be a problem because everybody's just going to key in on the passing game. That's the interesting thing with American football. You have 2 different ways to play when it comes to offense. Regarding my Synology, I have a DS918. So I've had this for Not quite 10 years. Not quite. And it only has 8 gig of RAM. So I can't really upgrade the RAM on this one. I think I've upgraded all the things as far as I can upgrade it. But I've got the SSDs on it, and I've got it right now with 14 terabytes of drive space across the storage. Here we go. Yeah, I have 28 terabytes on. It's not 28. It's each one of those was 8 terabytes. So I have 32 terabytes of physical drive space. However, because I RAID 10 it, right? So it's RAID 10. It's both mirrored and striped across those 4 drives. I have 14 usable because it's making backups of itself. So that's what I have, and certainly if I had a more powerful Synology, I could run some things on it a little bit better. Thinking of Ollama models, but this one, no. But for sharing and being an at-home file server and doing some minor database tasks and video tasks, that's fine. Let me see here. Love the hat. Thank you, Carl. Maybe reach them through the Visual Studio in IDE until they turn that off. What are you talking about? I'm sorry, I missed the context. In green for emphasis, yes, and there. That time it picked up "Fly Eagles Fly" as the saying. It doesn't say anything about eagles there. It likely references the Philadelphia sports culture. There you go. Commanders were so highly favored in everything. Yeah. But here's the thing. In the game, Washington didn't have a very good run defense. First play of the game, Barkley broke it for 60 yards. Nobody has more than 160. No individual player in their career has more than 160-yard run in their playoff career. Nobody. He's got 3 in 1 year. 3 60-yard runs in the playoffs. The most yards run in the playoffs prior to a Super Bowl is something like 460 yards. And he's got 450 something. The most yards run in the playoff season is something like 470, 480. He literally needs 20, 30 yards to break the record. And he'll also break the cumulative yards for an entire season and playoffs. This is a very special running back that we have that carries the ball. It is amazing to watch. Seriously, folks, I know that the Super Bowl gets carried and broadcast around the world. If you're not in the States and you haven't, you don't watch the NFL, you don't watch American football, when you see number 26 in green get the ball, you are going to see something special during that game. He is amazing. He is able to literally break out for a touchdown from anywhere on the field. It doesn't matter if they're on the 20, their own 20. It doesn't matter if they're on the other 10. They can break out. He can break out and score from everywhere. Passing is much riskier than running. That's correct. Running is described as the conservative offense. You remember Jason Kelsey's speech after winning? That's right. That's right, Carl. Created a bunch of code snippets. It's almost they were completely gone. So code snippets will... I forget where you can save them. If you look in the options, you can look up code snippets in Visual Studio, and it will tell you where they're stored. And there's a location on disk somewhere in Program Files Visual Studio that you can find where they're stored. 32 terabytes of cat pictures? No, not me. We've got an old Dell 3630 running TrueNess scale, serving as your NAS. There you go. Yeah. Right? Old desktops are a great way to put them back into into service and run them as a NAS. So, hey Kayla, good to see you. Kayla, thanks. Bye. Hello. Can someone tell your neighbor to shut the heck up now? Need to get some new drives. You're RAID 5ing? A RAID Z 5ing. You'd rather RAID 10 it. Yeah, I'm on RAID 10. You got an old rack station Synology? Your VMs are all run on dedicated machines. There you go. There you go. Sounds like number 26 is going to be targeted for a knee shot. They've been trying to, and he's just that durable. Hey, Sabo. Number 26 for Philadelphia is a guy named Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley. Amazing. Amazing ball carrier. If you modify the default Visual Studio snippets, they'll be restored on the next update. Okay. I don't know. I don't use snippets. That's a feature of Visual Studio that I don't use. I know there are folks who love using it, particularly for demos and teaching things. I use GitHub and put things either in issues or in a markdown file next to the code that's sitting out there. A little bit surly, yeah. You looked up the path in your options and it points to some OneDrive location. OneDrive can both replicate things and it can also remove things. Be aware. 100 terabytes in no RAID. Good for you. I don't want to have to replace a drive when one of the drives fails. So if a drive fails on my home server, I don't need to replace it right away. But I can get another drive and put it in there and it'll resync and we're all good. If you don't have RAID and you lose one of your drives, you've lost data. No problem. And happy to share that. I know, right? And I know we have a number of folks here who do not partake in American football, and I'm happy to share that. I watch a little bit of. I wouldn't say I watch English League football. I listen and pay attention to Wrexham. They tied Birmingham. Birmingham? Did I say that right? Over the weekend, disappointing finish. They should have beaten Birmingham, but no, didn't happen. Yep, there you go, Sabo. That's right. Do I know the women's .NET developer group? Yes, I'm familiar with it. I believe that group was stopped. The Women of .NET group. The level of interest just wasn't there, is what I understand. Happy to support and promote it, but the founders got burnt out and they stopped coordinating it. So you don't need special drives for NAS systems.
W1C
How you doing there, Wise Otter, with the resub?
Months. C# glasses, hello all.
Hello to you. Thank you so much. But there are drives that are tested for longer continuous use that are recommended for a NAS. So, it's all backed up online, quick enough to re-download a drive. Okay. Birmingham. Okay. All right. We have a city in the States, in Alabama, who pronounces it Birmingham. So that's why it's sometimes hard for Americans to get the pronunciation right. You're thinking of getting a NAS now because the external drive I have makes noises I'm not comfortable with. Yes, that's what I ran into as well. I had, going back in the day, I had a terabyte external drive that I had plugged into my desktop PC, and I was saving things over there, and it started making noises and things, and moved on over. So, it is a lot of work to organize and coordinate a group. It is. It is a thankless job to organize a community group. And quite frankly, to organize a a group of underrepresented folks is even harder to do. So, do I think IA will replace developers? Do you mean AI? No. No. Birmingham. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's right. Mackinac is another one. Yeah, that's weird for folks outside of the area or that haven't been there to pronounce. Just ham instead of gum. Yep, Birmingham. Or Birmingham. Birmingham? Yes. So, anyway, so there was a question about DeepSeek. Let me go back to those. Sault Ste. Marie, yeah, that's another good one. So there was a question about DeepSeek and my opinions of it. So, for those of you that didn't see the news, and it hit the financial markets hard yesterday. But DeepSeek's been around for a little bit, and that's right, Sabo. Oh yes, that's right, and that's in the snow. So DeepSeek is a small company that is building and innovating AI models. They're based out of the People's Republic of China. And for a fraction of the investment that OpenAI and some of these other AI companies have taken, they have built a DeepSeek model that is comparable to the latest OpenAI models. Literally, they say they've only spent $6 million building and growing it and using several generations past NVIDIA GPUs. That's terrific. This happens in the financial markets frequently. That's a thing. Here's the deal with technology. You've seen this. You probably haven't actually put some value to this and realized or can really put value to this. We know about first mover advantage. Whoever releases the first whatever in a product category, in a class of hardware, will get the initial glut of sales. And we see this particularly in the video game market, right? We're on what, the 5th generation of consoles with Xbox and PlayStation and Nintendo Switch. And right, that PlayStation 5 came out first, Xbox came out second. PlayStation tied up and signed all these exclusives to their platform. Xbox wasn't able to get those popular games and things over on their platform. First mover advantage. This is a very well-known principle in the tech business. So we've got to manage that. You want to be first, which means that you're going to invest a lot of money in research so that you can be the first at a thing. But what also happens because of that is the copycats who come second, third, fourth, they end up being able to disassemble, to analyze whatever that initial product is, to reverse engineer it, and can then figure out the shortcuts to build that thing smaller, cheaper. Right? This is a thing that we've seen and we've known about for years and years and years. Right? In the same generation of products, the products that come out 3, 6, 12 months later from the first mover are cheaper, can probably do most of the same things. So that's the second mover's advantage. Yeah, the late mover's advantage. So when we're talking about something like a search engine, an AI model, how do you tie things up so that folks are glued to you as a first mover? Google did that by signing exclusivity contracts. Google did that with the search engine by making it the default homepage on browsers that shipped. Right? On phones, they signed all kinds of exclusivity contracts so that when you get your phone, you open up and you start using your phone and you hit search, you open your web browser, you go to their site. You don't go to Bing. You don't go to Alta Vista. You don't go to ask.com. You go to Google. So they tied up their first mover advantage because at the end of the day, the search index, when over time, is pretty much the same. It's pretty much the same. Do they have a significantly better product when you search on Google versus Bing or Ask or Alta Vista? There might be some things that you prefer on one platform or the other, but is it significantly better? It's a free product. If I don't find the content I'm looking for on this one, I'll go look on that one, and it's no skin off my nose. It took me an extra 10 seconds to do the search. So they tie up a bunch of other features and integrate it to make that happen. For a commodity product like search, that's what you do. Same thing with the AI models. The AI model is even more of a commodity because it's just a text box. There's nothing that's coupling you to OpenAI or Ollama or DeepSeek. If it runs on commodity hardware faster than Ollama models, and it's open source, the DeepSeek model. If it runs faster, that's great. Competition is a good thing. It's going to push OpenAI and Ollama and and Gemini. It's going to push them to innovate and do more with less. That's a great thing. It's open source. So you don't think the OpenAI and Google folks and Microsoft folks and Facebook folks aren't dissecting and reverse engineering what DeepSeek did? It's progress. And if progress comes from this company or that company or another company, it's going to push things forward. That's a good thing. Does DeepSeek have something to do with Copilot being free now? No. Absolutely not. No. DeepSeek has nothing to do with Copilot being free. So, I can 100% confidently, because I've reviewed those strategy documents and what led to the product planning decisions around Copilot. I can't discuss them, but I can 100% confidently tell you that it has nothing to do with DeepSeek. This is what the market needed. There was too much concentration of AI in the big four. It's going to get concentrated anyway. All of the little commodity AI apps that are springing up all over the place, it's going to consolidate. That's just the way it is. Are they all going to consolidate up into Microsoft, Google, Facebook? No. No. But there's going to be consolidation. Not all of these little AI companies are going to... Right, a little company that built a prompt, put a website in front of it, and is selling access to it for $10 a month. That's not going to last. It's just not going to last. Because integrating and adding that capability into other products that are already available, the marginal cost for those trillion-dollar giant companies is nothing. Just like it took those little AI startups, 2-3 days to build a website around that prompt. It takes even less time for the trillion-dollar giant to do it. So, That's right. Competition raises all boats. This is a good thing. Nothing wrong with that. We'll see how it enhances things. The market to react so rashly yesterday. The financial markets react wildly when the wind blows. That's just what happens. It's there's a bunch of very conservative people with their money, and there's a bunch of very aggressive spending people with their money. Folks who are older in life are going to be conservative with how they spend their money. Folks who are earlier in life are going to be aggressive with how they spend their money. Different people, different takes. It's okay. Man, I'm sucking down coffee like there's no tomorrow. We need to get in and talk about some of the code that we've been writing and interacting with here live on stream. Let's talk about SharpSight a little bit. One second here. There we go. So SharpSight is an open source content management system that we've been working on here on stream. Folks have been sending in pull requests. There's conversations that have happened in our Discord about this. Let me share. If you're on YouTube, there's a link to SharpSight just below in the description. Let me put a message here in chat. Ads are going to start on Twitch in 30 seconds. And I'm just going to say adding new features to SharpSight. And our website for SharpSight now works. You can go to sharpsight.org to get a basic, very small, very simple bit of information about SharpSight as we get through and finish building this the not this round of features, but probably the next round of features. We're going to start putting together some screenshots to host on that website to make it easier for folks to learn more about SharpSight and to get excited about it. Over the past few days, our friend Alvin Ashcroft, you know him, he runs the Morning Dew news website, right? Somebody was asking about the .NET news website earlier. Check out Alvin's Morning Dew. He posts links to blogs, podcasts, videos like this one that you can check out every day. Every morning there's a new post there. But he's looking at content management systems that he can move his blog to from WordPress. Fantastic. And he was interested in learning more about SharpSight. SharpSight's not not ready for a production deployment like that yet. Could it run his website? I have no doubt that it will be able to run, but we're not there yet. A couple other folks who run some other content management systems jumped in on the discussion. A little bit rude, but I'm okay with that. Yeah. Alvin's Morning Dew. There we go. It's Alvin Ashcroft, ashcraft.com. Here, I'll share the link. Alvin's a friend. He's from the Philadelphia area. There you go. The link should pop up on Twitch and YouTube if you want to go learn more. And he does have a number of ad sponsors that run down the side of his screen. You can see him over there. Including his book. So you can check them out and scroll through all kinds of new content that's created and published out there for all kinds of things. .NET and around .NET and the software development community that's adjacent to it. So there's times that I'll come through and I'll look for .NET Aspire content to add to Aspirify, I haven't done it in a little bit here. Yeah, I already got this content. Yeah, I got this one also. So, great blog. There's, yeah, he writes a bit of the documentation for WinUI. He's very active on LinkedIn, X, and Blue Sky. Yep. Excuse me. So, great stuff out here that he's publishing it as just a rolling list of links. For Aspirify, I wanted something that was strictly .NET Aspire, but I wanted it to be a little bit more interactive and flashy and something that you can reach out and put your arms around and enjoy. So I took a slightly different approach than having just bullet points going down. So there's more that I need to invest and work on here. If I can't get it done tonight, tomorrow, we'll probably work on this Thursday. There are 2 services that run behind the scenes of this that generate the thumbnails you see here. And there are, and that calculate and do the analytics. Right? So when people click through, I have a counter that runs in the background and counts the number of hits that various articles have. And that's how, actually, the recent and popular section isn't showing up right now. That's interesting. There was a recent and popular section that was right here that there must not be enough recent popular content for it to trigger, because otherwise it hides itself. Anyways, but I do know folks are clicking through and reading articles out here. Ta-da! I'm the only one who can log in. So I know there are visits that are coming through that are happening, but I need to convert those so that those interactions are being done with an Azure function. That's a new feature as of .NET 9. I want to get that update into the mix here. So, hey, bald-bearded builder, hello. Yeah, WinUI, you know that guy, Alvin. Good to see you. Do I have an URList page that I might update with links I recommend going to and learning about? No, I do not. R.L. Wakefield. No, I'm sorry. Links that I recommend, I'll drop here in chat. I'll post things on my Discord, but I do not have a central Fritz's recommended links website like that. We were doing this last time. We were trying to build some status badges for the front of SharpSite, and we were adding a couple things here based on, where'd it go? The best README template, which it's a nice template. Screenshot a logo or whatever. Yeah, we can do something like that. And some built with logos, that's fine. But it, right, stars, that might be interesting to put up there. Issues, license, contributors, I definitely like contributors. I use the all contributors tool to generate the contributors list that's down here. And I added a built with .NET badge here. I have some end-to-end tests that it will report here. We need to do a little bit of tinkering testing there to get that working again. Because this should be coming, it is coming off of a gist that is being published by Playwright. We'll dig in and take a look at that. So, tell you more. And what do you need? Well, so the inspection that we had done, the interaction to start working with Playwright on this and generating some tests that run an output here. See, we know there's at least one test, so that's not reporting correctly. Well, actually, this is updated and it's only publishing stuff to the main branch. We'll dig into that further as because I think if we look at the not the pull requests, if we look at the Playwright, right? So here's our script to run our Playwright test. Playwright is a test runner that will run that will instrument and run tests in a browser for you, and we have a GitHub action here that will run it every time there's a build. So yeah, right now it's running always, instead of being limited to a specific branch. So there were other builds that came through that ran and published an update to the badge. We're going to need to tweak and tune and improve that. Playwright badge and reports are running are not updating properly. Let's try voice access. Hey, Juan Van. Hello. The end-to-end testing badge. See, voice access doesn't work for the first time when I open it. It just flat does not work. But when I open it a second time, close it, and restart it. This is a test. It sees my text up there. It sees my voice. This is a test. This is a test. Yeah, it's not going to work today. I don't know why, but yeah, voice access has been hit or miss here, and it has just flat not worked. It just hasn't worked for me the past few streams. It worked great for a stream or two, but nothing. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Juan Van. Yeah, we're excited about that. I'm gonna go into the feedback hub here. Voice access doesn't type in the text box with the focus. When using voice access, it is recognizing my voice, but does not copy the text it's identified into any text box that I am working with. Sure. Right, that's the name of the... Yeah, voice access. Uh-huh. Yeah, it doesn't work. Sure, we'll recreate the problem. Let's rerun this. This is a test. This text is not typing in the text box. There we go. Send that off. Should type the feedback. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, fossils. That's right. So the fossils reference their ELGSES. The mayor of Philadelphia led a pep rally, Friday last week, and tried to do an Eagles cheer. And in Philadelphia, the typical cheer of support for our Philadelphia Eagles is we spell out the word Eagles. Literally, there are children who don't know how to spell, who don't know how to read. They can spell Eagles because there are illiterate folks in town that can spell Eagles because of the cheers at the stadium and how much it goes on there. EAGLES. Like 6 letters, real easy. And she messed it up. She messed it up good. So, what can I tell you? There we go. Feedback submitted. And now I can't close the feedback up. Thank you. All right, where was I? The end-to-end testing badge. Updates for every build. The report of successful playwright tests is not being written. So I'm going to mark this as a bug. If somebody wants to take a look at this, who's familiar with those, I'll mark it as up for grabs. And I'll put it on this milestone, so somebody can take a look and get involved there. Any updates on Visor, Billy? There is on the Immersed Discord, there is word of an announcement coming later today. There have been countdowns. There is a live stream later today where they're going to be talking about it. So we'll see. Where is it? There's... Yeah, no, that's not it. There was an update to the VR app. But there is an update. It has something to do with AI later today, but we expect to hear a Visor product update later today. So, I think that's it. Yeah. So, we'll see. We will see. Hey, Grego Waffles. Yeah, things are going well. Thindal, hello. So, yeah, if somebody wants to take a look at this, you're welcome to. Doesn't look like it's that difficult, but we'll see. There is also right, we had an issue. No, that's on the main branch. No matter. Let's get back over here. I have all the playwright testing things open over here. Let's take a look at this. DeepX has a new Blender animation for the logo for SharpSight. Happy to take a look at that artwork. There's an MP4 out here. Can we take a look at that? Where is it? I'd like the view raw to be one of these buttons over here. What do we got? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. For a marquee on a website, it's an MP4. How big is that file? 468K. I'd love if that was a GIF or a WebP. Can we get a copy as a WebP, or animated GIF to use as the masthead on the public website? That's pretty cool. Can we do a marquee? Not that marquee. I could convert it to WebM. I could, but I'm gonna give a day or two for DeepX to take a look and provide those contributions. I could absolutely do it. I like to leave space for other folks to contribute. So, Ocular Malice is working on issue 177. Completed issue 177. 177 is to improve the language chooser on SharpSight. The language chooser should become a combo box that displays the language native name so that folks who understand that language can read their language name in the combo box, and it should be its own Blazor component. And Ocular Malice offered to work on it, and it is over here. So where it was a div with a for each to go through here, there is now a select that just goes through and creates those options. And right, it was doing an inline anonymous function here, but right now there's a bind that happens that on the bind it does the navigate to set that culture and call that set culture method down here. Not bad. Not bad at all. Honestly, I would have and added. Oh, this is language picker and forcing it to interactive server render mode because of this bit here. This means that every user who navigates to the website, if the language picker is on the front page, is going to be connected to interactive server. I'm okay with this for now in this update. And it's, yeah, it's only the one commit. That's good. We'll bring that in. So thank you for the contribution. I've added it to the 06 milestone. There we go. What? No. Ooh. Now I've done it. Yeah. There we go. Pull request successfully merged and closed. Did it close 177? No. I'll mark that as closed. So there's that issue. So looking at the items that we have left for here, I have this bug that we just added, so we still have 4 left. One of the things here is I want to create a Docker container. I said Docker. Is Robert Tables lingering out there, lurking out there? I do have a voice mod redemption out here that we need to do from last time. There's also frequent requests to the database to load user information. I'd love to figure out how we can minimize this. And we need a default theme for Sharpside. So. A generated WebM would still have the play option. It's more of a general U. Sure. WebM is fine too. I'm looking for an animated image that we can put up there and it just animates once going across. You've decided to use your mouth for anything for chewing or breathing for a few days. See if that helps. Interesting. Okay. You can do that. What else can a mouth be used for? Yapping. Talking. You don't want to be talking too much. Where do we go next? I want to leave this out here. Do I, though? There were a couple of other badges. We don't need no badges. I could put, like, license badge, contributors, forks. Or is that something somebody would like to contribute? And put the Sharpside image in the, on the README, right? That'd be cool to do. A badge counter badge? Hey, there you go. Sure. I think that's just the kind of wacky thing to add that I can get behind. I don't think I need a license badge because it's already right here. You heard I like badges, so you put a badge on the badge so that I can badge while badging? Whoa. My passport arrived this weekend. I had to do a passport renewal. My American passport arrived this weekend. Oh, man. I was... Ooh. A man is a slave to his words and master of his silence. Oh, that's deep, McNets. That is deep. I like that. Ads are going to start in about 3 minutes here. Let's do that voice mod redemption after it. I do need to make sure I have them papers. Next week, I will not be broadcasting because I'm going to be in Stockholm at Svetog. I have 3 sessions that I'm a part of there. I'm presenting 2 sessions about .NET Aspire. I might know a thing or two about running .NET Aspire. And a panel discussion that I'm hosting where we're going to talk about .NET 9. We're going to talk about new tech. It's going to be a lot of fun. If you're in Sweden, if you can get a train into town for the 2 days that I'm there, I'd love to see you. I want to meet you. If you're going to be at the event, come on out. I want to shake your hand, say hello, say thank you for your support, watching the stream, watching my videos out there. You can definitely recommend Svetog. You're not biased. Liar! You're totally biased. Thindall's on the leadership team. Moving on. What were some of the other badges? Adding the image. I don't know. I'll create an issue for adding more badges. Add more badges and logo to README. I really like the suggestions on the not bets. Best README repository. Let's link that. Really? Thank you. We'll do one of these and way down here and add one of those and some of this and paste that in and that and this. There we go. Okay. And would like to spice up, jazz up. There you go. Our README with some of these suggestions. Add the SharpSight logo to the top, replacing the H1 title. Add some badges for. Don't add some badges. Let's be specific. Add a badge for. Here. Let's see, what do we have? We've already got contributors for forks, stars. Sure. Fork stars. Add a badge for stars. Add a badge for issues. What other badges can we add? You're gonna spend some time trying to do. That's right. That's right. From Pimp Your Ride. There you go. Let me see here. What other stinking badges can we add here? Nope, that's not it. Over here. Why do we need a license section when it's up here? You know? Right, and it's also over here. So I think, like, you're over readmeing the readme. No, not... Ads are on Twitch for the next 2 minutes. Here we go. Shields.io had some other interesting... Like, isn't... Downloads is not really what I want, but... Docker pulls... Where's the repository link? Yeah, I think that's referencing Docker. But I'm going to be on GitHub. I don't have uptime badges that I would want. What do we have for activity? GitHub commit activity. We should consider other badges from Shields.io that are interesting to our contributors. Right? I'm okay to consider anything. I'm not fancy like that. Make that a capital. There we go. This is really a documentation thing. And I'll mark it as up for grabs if somebody wants to work on this. No rush. But if somebody's interested in working on it, go for it. You started thinking about it now. Yeah, when MTV had music videos, yeah, that's a thing. Is the event next week in Stockholm going to be live streamed? Nope. Nope. It'll be released on YouTube unless the speaker opts out. You can see me delivering a session at Svitog last year. Right? I think that was recorded and published. I think it was. So, yeah. What my topic last year was, building components with Blazor. So, that was the only one that was published? Mine? Mine? Really? Okay. So that's out there for folks that want to tinker with that. Let me take a look over here. So there's that. DGen 1 with a fix here. Hide app host logs in the end-to-end test script. Yes. This was something that I wanted to see this go away. We'll create an output log file, but .log files are already ignored, so I think it shouldn't cause issues. However, it failed. So what's the change that was suggested here by DGen 1? Redirect standard output to output.log. Okay. So what failed? That built properly, the merge that I just did there. But this. What's the error we got here? Run the tests. Website did not start within the expected time.
Squirrel is so bad. He's good.
Yeah, it's so bad it's good. Thought it was special treatment? No. Get to the session late, be called out and told to stand in your dunce corner in front of 150. I did not. That didn't run. Rerun that. I did? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me see here. Let's get this right. Now I feel bad. I'm sorry. I stand corrected. I will make good this year. Count my words on that. So, let's see if this runs better now. Maybe it was just a blip. Maybe we need to allocate more time for it to try and start the website. It's odd that I had Thindall's dunce chair prearranged and labeled though. Yes. What? Building the .NET app. Good. That usually takes about 30 seconds right there. So, I mean, I don't have a problem extending the script so we wait 5 minutes for the website to start. I don't care. There it is, installing the browsers. And we simplified this so it only installs one browser. So where it was taking, like a minute or so, it now only takes like 30 seconds. I forget. So, right there, look at that. One browser, done. And there it is. Running the test, waiting for the website to start. We're hiding the website run script here. So we might not get that information anymore. Right? Like that's part of what this is. Yeah, running the app host. So we're not getting that output that's going to say, hey, it started. Okay. So 1 minute in, we might need to include that. How you doing there, Oakleus? Welcome, welcome. When the ads... Did the ads finish? It's not... I think they did. I can't tell. We'll do a voice mod here. Nope, don't switch. Yep, there they are. We'll play with that a little bit. Have some fun. Let's see what we get. Almost 2 minutes in, still not running. Well, this is a problem. I wonder if this is why that badge. No. Two and a half minutes. Yeah, it's going to crash. It's not going to finish. Frustrating. To be sure. Because the other test did run. No, that one didn't. That one failed also. What's this down here? Didn't pick up any... those test results. Yeah. Yeah, that failed now. No, that's from 3 hours ago. Where's the one that just was running? Like... it was just here. Right? This is it. And the test didn't run. and created the badge. Tried to update badge in Git, and it in Gist, and it's getting a 401 unauthorized. Where that was clearly working. Doesn't make sense. Like, why isn't it showing it at all? Yeah, there's the playwright tests from earlier, and that's not starting. You gave it 3 minutes to start, and it didn't start. What is that? Janetta Carr. Hello. Welcome in, Raiders. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. 118 folks joining us. Hello, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. It's great to see you. Let me go back over here and we'll dig back into this. Hello there, Raiders on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. My name is Jeff Fritz. I'm a live coder. I write code live here on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for the follow. Just mobile, so can't chat. Update the contributors. Did it? I thought I had you on the list of contributors. I'll take a look. Nope, I don't have you. I will add it. I will add it. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Raiders. Welcome in. I'm not familiar with Janet. How you doing there? I write code today. We're working on we're working on a website called SharpSite. It's a content management system that we've been slowly building over the last 2 or 3 months here live on stream. We use a combination of C#, JavaScript, Blazor, and other web technologies to build this content management system. It primarily has a .NET base. So we're going to publish this thing as a Docker container. That's one of the tasks we're going to do today is we're going to set up a container to be built every time that there is a release of SharpSite. Oh my goodness!
High-Tech Redneck just
High-Tech
gifted
Redneck
5
with the gift subs. Hello! Thank you so much for the gift subs. I really appreciate the support. Congratulations to I Crashed My Bike, Code Warrior, Wrecker 988, Wheelchair Sean, and is it Marco Hart? Welcome. Thank you. Congratulations. You got gift subs in the channel from our friend High-Tech Redneck. Yeah, Janet, I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with your content. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. Looks like you also do some software development over there. What do you work on? And I'm taking a peek over on your channel now. Probably gushing about functional programming. Very cool. Great to see you. Thank you so much. Tanarax asks, is this like a WordPress replacement? That's what started this conversation that led to this project. We got frustrated with the state of WordPress and some of the shenanigans that have been happening over at Automatic, at the company that manages WordPress. So we leaned into that a little bit and said, what can we do to give us something in C# with the .NET framework, something that we enjoy, that's open source, easily accessible for anybody to interact with, because there's a number of content management systems out there, and they're kind of complex to get up and running and get started with. So, you're writing Clojure mostly. Very cool. Okay. Much respect to Clojure. So, with a screen name like C# Fritz, I program in TypeScript.
Hold on to your butts.
No, C#. So, but that's our game over here. Thank you so much. And Yap, don't we all? The conversations around tech and what's going on in our industry are always intriguing that we need to get into and cover. Nailed it. Caveman Crafting sad that more folks are not taking a second look at Drupal. The new Starshot initiative was done to close the gap in UX between Drupal and WordPress. Hey, that's great. But it's a Drupal is a PHP thing. PHP? Do I have that right? So for folks in .NET, we can get involved with Peach Pie, but it's not. We'd like something that's a little more accessible to the tools and standards that we work with and we code in. So, I have a notification that popped up here, but I have no idea what it is. No matter. All right, yeah, there we go. Oh, the creator clubs, of course. So have a great one, Janet. Thank you so much. Will it be in Blazor affect? Oh, will it being in Blazor affect SEO? No, it does not, because we're doing we're using Blazor SSR. So the latest version of .NET, the latest version of Blazor that was released in November. No, that was released in November 2023 has what's called server-side rendering, SSR. Hey, thank you for the resub,
Eric Bernard still in just resubscribed for 20 months.
Appreciate
Happy
it.
Tuesday, Jeff and friends.
Thank you so much for the contribution. So the server-side rendering means that we can get that static content rendered, and that the search engines, not just the search engines, but also the social media crawlers will see and render appropriately, both on the search engine and on X, on Blue Sky, on Mastodon, in Discord, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, so that folks get that rich interface to click through that shows some of that information. So the server-side rendering, plus there's a great pre-rendering capability that's built in as well, so you can pre-render content on the server that is going to be highly interactive. Once again, so that search engines, social media sites pick up and render that content properly. So there's options there. If you're interested in learning more, everything is linked there. Thank you for the link to the project, UNESCO, with that project command there. It's also linked at the top of Twitch chat. You can click through and learn more about it. The source code is completely available. You're welcome to take a look and poke around there, clone, get a copy. It runs with .NET Aspire. That's a framework that allows you, framework and set of tools that allows you to build systems of applications locally on your workstation. So, happy Tuesday. How you doing there, Eric? Let me head back over to the repository. So it looks like, it feels like none of our playwright scripts are running at all. Do we need to get like a bigger GitHub Action runner? Standard GitHub hosted runners. Sizes up to 64 cores. Ready to use runners managed by GitHub. I don't know what. And I don't have any self-hosted runners, which are not something that I want to have a runner on one of my machines or somewhere like that that's connecting in and executing here. That's a big boy there. Like, That's see pricing. You can't see it there behind my noggin, but there's pricing for larger runners. No. Using a GitHub hosted runner runs on Ubuntu latest. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Okay. When the job runs. Why don't you tell me about, like, resources? Here we go. Standard runners for public repositories. Don't mind if I do. Tell me a little bit more. 4 processors, 16 gig of RAM, 14 gig of storage, x64 running on Ubuntu latest. Yeah. So, like, right? It's not starting. What's this button do? Rerun this job. Yes, do it. Like, do I just need to give it more time? How much does that cost a month? I don't know. About billing for GitHub Actions, don't mind if I do. Per minute, 0.8 of a cent. For the larger runners, yeah, 0.8 of a cent to run. And there's even larger runners. But, like, this could get away from me. I'm not into jumping in and start paying for larger runners. You know? Yeah. Oh, that... Okay, it says it installed the Playwright browsers. Yeah, there's all the install stuff. So, trying to run the test again. There it is. Right, so there's the output. We can see that it started the website, and there, log into the dashboard. 20 seconds in, now we're waiting for the website to be running. Right, there's the application has started. There it is, website running the tests. Build and test completed successfully. Good. The one that we had in there passed. There it is, doing the analysis and creating the test results. Right, so I can click over to test results. I've got a nice little report. Scrolling through here, and it uploaded the badge to Gist. That one uploaded properly. And there it is. Okay. So if I go back over to here, we go back to this, go back to down here. And now the badge updated properly. What's up, Napalm? I'm up for... What do we got here? Let's take a look at this. Right, there's the one file. I'm okay with... Right, I want to... No. There's a way for me to submit an edit. Right, let's go down here. Where's the... the doodad where it says, here's how much time I'm going to wait. Oh, it's in the build script, isn't it? Right, so I wrote a build-in test script down here. Here it is. Max retries 30, retry count, and it waits 2 seconds between each retry. So it effectively has 60 seconds to run. If I open this up and make it 5, it'll have 1.5 minutes. If I make it... No, let's leave it at every 2 seconds. But let's open this up to, if I want to make it longer to give it a better opportunity. If I double the time, make it 60 seconds, gives me 2 minutes. If I make it 90, it gives me 3. Let's make it 90. Right, so we're tripling the amount of time. Triple the number of retries to attempt to access the started web application. Commit it directly in there. So that will update. That's an update in DGen 1's branch that will come back around. Where are you? And there it is. It's running again because it should see the new commit. Yeah, there it is. So the build is running one more time. We'll take a look and see if that goes. Napalm just gave a cloud exchange session for your company on Pulumi and why it's better than Terraform. Good, glad to hear that. I'm doing all right. Will SharpSight have a time zone configuration? What are your thoughts, Robson? Why do we need a time zone configuration? Talk to me about it. What does it need for a time zone configuration? Like, I'm going to hear your thoughts, your reasoning behind it. I believe there are ways for us to detect the time zone in the browser and adjust the user interface appropriately for those times. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Always interesting to learn and hear other folks' approaches. Ads just kicked in for the next 2 minutes. Which is fine because we're going to let this thing test. For timing the publication of the page. That's something that I think we could do with some intelligent time zone user interface work. Right? We detect what time zone your browser is currently operating in, and we adjust to that local time. So, for that part of user interface, doable. Let's see. This ran how quickly the previous time? Right here. Ran in 41 seconds previous time. We're already almost double that. It's possible that redirecting to an output text file on disk is hanging this. Time zone for posts that show date time. If it's possible to detect a browser's time zone, that works well. Yeah. let's create an issue for the feature DGen1's talking about, and for showing date time on posts, right? For timing the publication of a post, and let's create another issue then for time zone for the posts that show date and time. I think those are two good features we can consider. So you may need to show local time regardless of the user's location. So setting the application's local time, which isn't necessarily the server's local time, but is the local time zone of the managing group for the website. Hey, my company's based on the Pacific Coast. We're on Pacific time zone. Cosmic Cookie Cats, hello. Thank you for the follow. For public facing, you should prefer local browser time or a relative time. Published 10 minutes ago. Published 3 hours ago, that type of thing. I think are all interesting ideas. Let's open an issue and discuss and get that idea baked in here. I think this is hanging because that redirect output is not I think that redirect output is because it isn't stopping. It gets to the end of the process. Something might be blocking because it's redirecting the output. This appears to be blocking the script from completing in the GitHub Action runner. We may need to abandon this PR. I'm not going to close it yet, but I think we need to pass on this for now. 6 minutes in, and it's still hanging there. Yeah, we might not. No. No. What's in the PR? The script that runs redirects standard output to an output log file, and I have a feeling that on the GitHub runner, which is running Linux, this is hanging and blocking. If anybody would like to look at this one, there's the link to it, but I'm going to park this for now. Something isn't quite right there. All right. No, I want to be over here. Oh, there were a couple of issues that were open for discussion. Phone number in the profile should use a mask. So the phone number in the user profile should use a mask for data entry and display, while the phone number is stored in raw digits. It should be displayed in a friendly manner. So the American format of parentheses, 3 digits dash 4 digits. It is a complicated thing. However, there is a good package called Phone Number Parser We take a look at that. A library for parsing phone numbers, providing validity of phone numbers, including national destination codes. So how do we know what mask to put on it? When we don't have somebody's country. This looks good for parsing and displaying a phone number. But how do we know the country code and format to apply? Sounds like a good idea. Need to take a look at that all there. Phone number and profile does not save or display after entering it. Oh, that's a bug. That's definitely a bug. Navigate to the profile page after logging in. Enter a phone number in the phone number field. Click save. The message "your profile has been updated" should appear. Upon subsequent visits, the phone number for the user that the user entered should be displayed. Yeah. Yeah. The message is displayed. The phone number just shows the placeholder text. This feels like a good playwright test. This feels like a good playwright test. Let's mark that. Should I do this one real quick? Should I build this one? What do you think, chat room? Should I go after it? Wow, we are at 11:30 and I haven't really written code yet. Let's yeah, I'll dig in and take a look at this. Oh, fine. And I think a playwright test would be fun to write for this. So, let's go get an update. Go get an update of the latest version I pull in from the V06 branch. And let's dive into the code while Visual Studio is launching. I'm going to check out, and we'll call this fix phone number. I had an idea that I want to talk to you about, chat room, about about unit tests, building tests, and fixes and how they get logged. And I wrote it up here on our issues list. There's this other issue we need to talk about, but I wrote this up. I want to be able to mark an XUnit test with a GitHub issue number that it addresses. This way, when we're looking at test results, we can clearly see this test that was added fixes issue number 123. Additionally, when a test fails, we can say issue 123 or feature 123, because we define our features with GitHub issues as well. We can say that issue, that feature, is broken. That makes reporting on some of these things that come out of unit tests a lot more compelling in my mind. What do you think, chat room? Huh? I don't see anything happening in the chat room. Did the chat room die? Is everybody here? How you doing over there, YouTube? Things good? Let me know. There's Robson. All right.
Squirrel!
Yes, totally squirrel. So I think this might be something fun to build, to add into this, and could turn into a NuGet package that we publish. Because I don't think anybody has something like this. Right? And this makes sense to me that I want to put that little extra piece of documentation to link my test. And GitHub Actions is what I'm using here, but I could see this being extended for other test platforms. No. Scott doesn't care about this. This isn't a Scott thing. One of the Scotts might find it interesting, but this isn't a big deal here. But this feels like a cool reporting add-on, particularly as we start building the Playwright features and they get executed with XUnit. So, but we're going to work on this right now. Why doesn't the phone number save when you update? Yeah. It's below the Scott's pay grades. That's right. It's at the Fritz's pay grade. How that could be possible to link a test with an issue? Well, my thinking, right? And this is Fritz dreaming for a second. So if I go into my list of tests here, right? So here, generating robots text, right? So we have these tests here. If I could put an attribute here that says addresses GitHub issues, right? 1, 2, 3 for whatever, and when this test runs, it's related to these issue numbers because it's embedded in the code. I can then take that information, publish it as part of the test run. You know, here's this test and it addresses this issue. Have a GitHub action. As the GitHub action completes and analyzes the report that comes out, the output. No, and then grab that information, then see what I did there? And then either publish that as part of the reports coming out of the GitHub action, publish that into the pull request as a warning, as an error message to appear, and then we can, because that version number, that issue number is right there, that report can actually provide a link over to that issue because it's all in the same system. And then? Make sense? That would be awesome. Yeah. Does the XUnit runner automatically output the results to an XML? It does. So it doesn't automatically, but when you do run it, if you look at, and I don't have it in the solution items up here. If I open VS Code, because I think I still have it open from last time. Yeah. When the tests run, I'll look at the .NET build because it's a little bit clearer that it's right here. Yeah, thanks. So it runs .NET test, and it has a logger that it hits here, and it says, I'll put this in TRX format, which is an XML-like format that you can parse and output. And this, publish test results, this reads those files and turns it into a block of JSON that is then being picked up on these subsequent steps. So we can add on to that logger. XUnit is very extensible. We can add on a listener that hears those attributes formats and adds additional log information with an appropriate annotation that says related issue with a link to that GitHub issue. Hey there, Dukasoft. How you doing? With a big wave from a little duck, little rubber. Is that a rubber duck or just a duck? How you doing there? You'd like to do that with DevOps? So there you go. Fritz's idea here that you can take and run with and enhance. So, let's start with writing the. Why isn't my playwright test in there? I thought I merged my playwright test. Why isn't the playwright test in there? Right? Like, nope, not that one. Sharp side end to end. There it is. Because it's already a member. Yeah? Where? It's not up there. Why is it down here? All right. Here, undo that mess. We don't have that yet. That's something. So I even started asking Copilot to build that for me, and it gave me some ideas. You have an AWS code build job that runs your tests in batches, and there's reporters to display built-in to see failures. You pull the results via API calls so you can update a test system. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can add logger information onto it. Now, a little bit of what Copilot generated felt like it was hallucinating a little bit. A little bit. So I want to dig in and see if we can do something with that. Where was I? I'm not concerned about the generate robots text. Yeah, that's fine. Go away. No, close everything. Yeah, that's fine. So down here in the end-to-end, we added first web page tests, website tests. Yay! It goes and makes sure that there's an about page. Yay! Folks don't know what I'm doing when I have you ever seen people do this on a on a video call? On Teams calls, every now and again I'll do this. Do you know what this is when I do this? Chat room, give me a 1 in chat if you know what I'm doing when I do this. What does this mean? There's a very clear meaning when you twist your hands like this. Blazer knows what it is. Jag knows what it is. Eric does. That's right, Sir Lee. This is applause in American Sign Language. There were folks who weren't familiar with American Sign Language. No, I don't use it to see how much Teams is lagging. There are folks who are not familiar with American Sign Language who saw me doing this, and they thought I was mocking them or something. No, that's American Sign Language for applause. And when I'm on mute, like, thank you, I'm okay with doing some. I mean, I know like 3 or 4 signs in American Sign Language. So yeah, Rathane, there you go. It's applauding. It's right. If you can see my camera, great. There's a applause reaction button, but I can do this and applaud and show you, right? And I can do those American Sign Language things to show my appreciation. So, we're the ones taking offense, Americans? Come on now. Is the sky blue? So, We're Americans. We're a sensitive bunch. We're Americans. I don't want to talk about our politics. And I am sorry that what's about to happen in February. No, I'm not going to get into it. You're going to spread that? Cool. You like that? You're going to adopt that when you watch presentations now? Yeah. Right? Folks would used to snap so that they weren't clapping and making a ton of noise, but they would snap so that it wasn't overwhelming and distracting to speakers. I get it. But doing the deaf people's applause when you're on mute on a call, not bad. This guy is actually transparent. What above it is blue. For your birthday? No, Blazer, Mr. Magoo. No. The whole world is crazy except me and you, Eric? And you wonder about me? Thank you. Can we get a little crazy and we go to storyteller mode while we write, while we build out our first unit test that will actually log in? What do you say we do that? Can we do storyteller mode as we're building our first login? Yeah, storyteller. Let's see if it does it. No, didn't log it in. Didn't. Yes. Storyteller mode. What happened there? It wasn't me. Everything's gone flat. What? Yeah. Still. What happened to me? Oh no. That's weird. It looks like I'm in a snowstorm. Whew. Leave it on. Add to the story mode. Bye. Here we go. Let's write some code. We're gonna write a test to do logins to the website. Fritz is in a blizzard. That's right. And you want Viking fonts? Really? You're gonna do this to me? All right. Fonts, Viking. Right? Let's do this. Fonts. Come on, man. And Viking fonts. I'm apologizing now, but Blazer Mr. Magoo wants it. Viking. Copilot doesn't see Vikings. They just see text. Right? Alright. Let's go. Public class. I don't know. I need to log in. No. What are we going to do here? First login tests. I don't know. Sharp site page test. Sure. Has login link. That sounds like a good one. Take a screenshot. Don't mind if I do. Thank you. Let's see what that does. Can we do? What is that? Are you kidding? My markup in the tooltip is in Viking font. What? That's pretty cool. You want more from the voice? Stand by.
How's that? There we go. Better? All right. Moving in. Let's see if that actually works. So, test Explorer. End to end. Don't mind if I do. This right here. That right there. First login test. Does it have a login link? Do it. Run the thing. Building. Build succeed. Good. That's not actually going to work. What am I thinking? No. Because the website's not running. It's going to be better to run it over here. So we can do build and test. Or I could run it separately and then run the test. I don't know. What do we got? Building. Okay. Running. Good. And log into the dashboard. App started. Yes. Show it to me. Running the test. Discover. Testing. All right. And... oh, and you want Vader next. Build failed. Test failed. Let me see, what do we got here? Has login link. Locator expected to be visible. Let's take a look. Let's run this, and we'll take a look at that. But we need to go to Vader now. See, that should have stopped.
Oh no.
That's better. I stopped the wrong thing. You're getting a reset on the Viking. Fine. Yeah, I took off the wrong timer. Let's take a look at those rebels. Yeah, we should get a login link. What's it looking for? We want a link with a name login. Copilot, I am your father. Kind of. Yeah, the voice here. That's better. And pull off the background a little bit. How's that? Now you can hear me better. Let's see. Let's go to, right, it's the nav menu. Nav. Not navigation manager. Nav menu. This one. Authorize. Authorize the logout. Not authorized. Nav link. Yes. So do I need an REM name login? Or do I just need name? What if I did that? Can I do that? Is that what it's looking for? Maybe? Hey, look, there's our drop down. Ta-da! Well, that's fun. And if we look at the source, name login. Alright. So, since it's running, I should be able to go into the Test Explorer here and run this directly. No. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna do a lot with channel points when the new chatbot comes online. There you go. There's the hat. Stop this. Over here. This. And rerun that. Let's see what it gets. Come on now. Why is it restoring again? Yeah, it's running. Good. Building, running the tests. Good. No. Is it looking for capital L in login? No. Well, wait a second. Is that a capital L? Now it is. Do it again. Do it again! Your tests are part of the Rebel Alliance. Right? Do it. Do it now. Testing. Yes. Is it gonna find it? Maybe. No! Get by rule. Roll heading. Heading? No, 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 no. What are the roles that we have in there? The link. So do I need to put an area role link? Like that? Is that a thing? I don't know. I got an idea. Let's ask Copilot.
I'm back. Still have more Viking time here. So let's see here. Let's ask the Copilot. What markup is this looking for? And we'll start this playing again. It's looking for an A tag with the ARIA role of link and the accessible name of login. Okay. The role link attribute is typically implied for A tag, so it is often omitted. Here's a more common example with it without the explicit role. Okay, so if I change that, I don't need that. Let's run it again. Did I save everything over here? Run it again. Let's see if we get it. Oh, and you want light mode. The audio volume on the filtered voices. Yeah, I had it turned all the way up, and it wasn't picking it up. There we go. There it is. All right, so I have a login link working. And you want light mode. Really? Really? Or where are my sunglasses? Are they right here? Oh no. All right. Fine. We will do light mode. Theme. I don't think that's going to change, is it? And it didn't keep the font. All right. Light mode. All right, so we're on Viking. We did Vader. And now we're on light mode. Moving on. So... Yeah, I'm going to leave... What if I remove this? Does it still work? Let's see. Let's see. Do. Okay. Yes. Website's running, testing, and good. All right. So now, right? Thanks. All right. So it has a login link. So Copilot should answer in Norse. No. Does the hat command work? Yes. Add a test that clicks the login link and then logs in. Sure, let's do that to start. All right, that's a fact, yes. Come on now. So, it's not a heading, it's a link. We're going to click link. Click that. These are wrong. These are wrong. Oh, it should have taken a screenshot of that also. Which I think are in bin debug login. There we go. There you go. That's what it saw when it logged in. Do the yellow glasses make a difference on screens? Yes, they do. They're blue blocking from Gunner. Yeah, they do. These ones are also transitions. They turn into sunglasses when I go outside. Okay. So the screenshot worked, but this is wrong. So we're going to click the login, and we're going to get the login page, which is actually... We can take a look at it so that right, account, pages, login. So we're going to look for a text box that is email. There's another text box that is password. Okay. Is there a text box? Okay. Name. It doesn't have a name on it. But it's input.email. Can I use that? Right? And it doesn't want me to type. Well, what should we do instead? Deprecate it. Yeah? What should I use instead there, friend? Use fill async with string locator fill options. Okay, sure. Fill async, yeah. And it's admin at localhost, right? And then if I want to get the password, The password box is this one. Right? So here we want, can I get, no. Text box. And it's one of these. Whee! And delete that. And the default password is, oh, this is gonna be weird. Admin123 exclamation point. And then we're not looking for a heading, we're looking for a button. A button that says login. I'm gonna put a name on this one though. Login button? I don't know. Come here. And we're going to do this, and we're going to click, take a screenshot. And it's going to look for that. No. Let's call this logged in for that screenshot. Let's see what we get. So we're building out, right, this set of tests. Yeah. Right, that are going to do the login process, and then we'll be able to reuse that for future tests when we're logged in and exercising other capabilities. So there it is. It's actually trying to do stuff. It's trying to do stuff. I don't think it's doing stuff very well. Could not stop the running container. Where? Timeout exceeded. Get by role name input.email. Yeah. Viking font is done. Thank you. Thank you. We can turn that off. Go back to normal people fonts over here. So I use Cascadia code. Sure. Ah, now we can read. So what's the name on those then? Right? Let's take a look. And click through to the website. There it is running. Click the login button. It says email, it says password. But when I investigate and look at that, the ID is input.email. The name is input.email. So I told it to get a text box. And it didn't. I'm going to ask. Nope. Wait. I'm going to ask Copilot to find that again. What markup is this method looking for? Do they have a placeholder? Yes. But I've explicitly declared a name. Is looking for an HTML element with the following characteristics. Should have an ARIA role or text box. This typically corresponds to an input element of type text, email, password. Okay, so I guess I need to add an ARIA text box. HTML markup that this method would match. Label input.email. ARIA label input.email on the input. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. Right? That's not bad. Right, ARIA label input dot email. Do another one here, ARIA, and right, this also helps folks who can't see the user interface. It helps them be able to work with this. Should this be ARIA label also? I don't know. I don't know. If I had run this with debugging turned off, I could have run the tests. If I tried using the interactive tool, that was something I was going to get into in a little bit here. That was something I was going to get into in a little bit. That will help with that, yes. Recently added Aspire to a Blazor project, says Sir Timmy. How you doing there, Sir Timmy? Was really smooth and it's really cool. You can start all my services with one click. Yes. One thing that Sir Timmy noticed is when starting the Aspire project, both the dashboard and the website is launched. What could be the issue for that? You only want to start the dashboard. Turn off multiple project startup and it should only start the one. Turn off multiple project startup. I think we're hitting the same issue here. It's waiting for pgadmin to start. Okay, now it's looking for the button. Okay. So it's a button, but this was ARIA label. So what if I change that from name to ARIA label? Yeah, launch browser false. You want Cascadia code with the fancy ligatures? All right. While that's kicking up there, let me go right over here, fonts. Do you want that one? So it has the ligatures like that? Is that the one you're referring to? Put that on. Let's see how we did. Yep, there we go. 3 tested successfully. And if we look over here, we have our logged in screenshot now. And there we can see we've got our menu with all the information that we're logged in. We're logged in as site admin, which is, right, which is that. Give me a shape here. Right, which is, I thought I asked for a shape. That's the one I want. Which is this right here. I want to click next. So now I need to find that and click it. I can turn off light mode here in 15 seconds. Oh, yes. Let's do that in just a second. Okay, so I'm logged in. I'm back on nav menu. I'm looking for... So if you're not... Here's your login. And this is the log out button. Log out button, login button. Where's the... all users... That's the admin panel. Yeah. Ah, this one. Now, why does ARIA hidden? Why is that true? Oh, it's for this thing. Okay. Well, the nav link, right? So I'll put ARIA label, and we'll make this manage user. Manage profile. Yeah, I think that's good. Snowing in Philly? No. Just looks that way. I can turn off light mode now. Oh, thank you. Good. Go back to dark theme. Theme. Yes, I clicked you. You're supposed to open. Dark theme. No, let's go to Midnight Purple 2077, because that looks cool. Nice. You can affect the playwright locator timeouts. That's right. You are correct. All right, so I added manage profile as the label for this. So the next thing I want... So this can log in... Right, but check for the manage profile link with the text site admin. Okay, it's a link. Is that going to work? To be visible. I don't know. I'm going to run that one more time. You're one of the odd developers that actually prefers light mode over dark mode? Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. On stream like this, dark mode is kind of preferred. When giving presentations at a conference like Sveitog that I'll be at next week in Stockholm, I prefer light mode on the big screen, because they typically have the lights off, and you're going to want that contrast so folks can see your content. Hey, that worked. That worked. Okay. Next step. Add a test that logs in and then logs out. Sure, go ahead, do that. That's fine. I don't mind testing that. Make sure that works. Show me. Generate one of those things for me. Here you go, Copilot. It's your time to shine. Do it. Let's see how it did. We're going to look for the login button. Why did it go to login? I don't need you to get the login button at that point. If you went to the login page, right? Like, it's /account/login anyway. Like, has login link. We already verified that, so I can actually change this. And actually, let's get rid of this. Can we get rid of this? Let's get rid of that. Yeah, introduce a constant. And we'll call this login. Let's call this URL login. Right? Can I just... No. I missed the option. Yep, there we go. Okay. So we're going to try and log out. So I don't need to get the login link because I'm already on that page. Email and password. Actually, no. Oh, we're going to log in, yes. So we're keying in that. This we should pull out into a constant as well. Yep. And let's call this, let's call this login user ID. Right, because that's that text we're going to key in there, and we're going to pull this out as well. Turn that into a constant, and I'll call this login password. Because I'm eventually going to move these into a base class and start inheriting from that. Is there a stupid user AI test suite that clicks the wrong things and all that dumb stuff? I don't know of one. You used to get made fun of for dark mode. No, dark mode's the jam. Shouldn't the tests be in isolation of each other? They'll run in separate browsers. Like, that's part of the runner. It will run them in separate browsers. And we can control how many browsers run concurrently. Okay. So it's going to click the login button. It's going to click the site admin. No. Nope. I don't want you doing that. I want you to click the logout link, which is down here. Which actually isn't a link, it's a button. I show you. Form action. Here it is. Submit. Right. Right, if I do that, then this is ARIA button, right? Log out, click async. And we should get a, and check for, yeah. That feels right. Run all the tests. Doesn't the word password pop for security precautions? It might. It might. But I don't mind writing an exception around that because this is the default user that everybody knows. Looks good. 4 tests now. And do I have a logged out button? There's what happens when it logged out. Okay. So we've got a screenshot that shows that it worked. You run dark mode on everything. Nothing crazy about that. Ads have just started for folks on Twitch. Dark mode is becoming the default now. Making fun of someone is silly. The whole way around. Running end-to-end tests feels like being the elephant in the porcelain room. Everything needs to be carefully placed. Well, that's why I'm using, right? That's why, and we are using Playwright. Thank you for the link, Rambling Geek. By getting by role, we're not looking for specific text or anything. We're looking for these roles that can be hard-coded to a specific block of text so that we can pick it up and work with it. Yep, the default admin user at creation time that at some point in the future we will remove, because when you log in, it will, when you start up the website, we'll have a configuration manager that says define for me who your first user is. So this all ran properly. Now let's try using the code gen features of Playwright. So Playwright has a code gen feature. Where is it? There's a thing here about this that we can do. On the Playwright dev website, it talks about how to start this thing. Test runners. Sure, we'll start there. So you can generate tests. How to record a test. Don't mind if I do. To run the generator, followed by the URL of the website you want to generate tests for. URL is optional. You can always run the command without it and then add the URL directly into the browser window instead. Don't mind if I do. So I need to run that command and pass in code gen. All right, let's try that this time. So let's right. I don't need to do that because I'm already in PowerShell. So I want the end-to-end, sharp-side end-to-end, good. Bin debug, yeah. Net9, there we go. And what? Playwright, okay. Code gen, and it should open a little code gen UI for us to work with. Hey, fancy. Let's run the website. And look, it's a Chromium website-y thing. Go ahead, build. You've seen a lot of apps that come with user admin, password admin. Yeah. Nah. Flexibility in the tests so that they grow and enhance with you is very important. You have a friend who their VS Code is set to a darkish, bloodish red. Is that Darkula? I've seen a lot of folks with that, and I find it strange also. All right, so we're going to try generating the test this time. So I'm going to copy the the address that we're going to start with here, and we're going to navigate there, and let's start recording. So we're going to start off logging in, and I'm going to log in with admin at localhost, admin 123. Go ahead and log in, and we're logged in. I'm going to click site admin. That's not it. That's not it. Administrator. There it is. So here, I'm going to key in a phone number. And click save. And it did not save it. Okay. So I stopped the test. Now where are my test results? I've got a thing over here. Here's the Playwright Inspector. What did it do? Get placeholder, enter your phone number. Did I lose my thing? I notice XUnit isn't in the list of to generate here. It didn't work. Let's go back up here. Record. Click login. Right, admin. I spelled localhost wrong. All right, how we doing here? Not bad. Okay, I'm going to click into administrator. Click over here. And click save. All right. So, not bad. Stop the recording. I'm going to grab this content. And copy it over to Visual Studio. And I'll create now the test that actually exercises what we're trying to do here. The font of my choice. You know what? I'll leave it the way it is. Yeah, and we're going to go back to the big screen. Where'd it go? Fonts. Turn that off. Come on. Come on, Stream Deck. Go back to the big screen. And we'll work on this over here. There we go. Okay. So those are my first login tests. I'm okay with those that basically do, hey, can you log in? Can you log out? That's not bad. Let's move those to their own file, right? Hey, Yeah, that's fine. Stop. Okay. Public class. Profile tests. Yeah, there we go. I do want the login page and the login user, but I'm not going to bring them in there. No. Stop it. I will tell you when you're ready. Let's make a... Thank you. A fact to get us started. Sure, we can start with that. And I'm not going to take what it suggests here. Can change phone number. All right. There we go. Look at this. All ready to start. How comfortable am I with the Digma now? I'm getting pretty good. Here, I'll turn on the keyboard cam. Ta-da! There it is. Change phone number. No, that's not what we're going to be doing, because in fact, I can paste in that generated code right there. I don't need this one. It does click manage profile, so I don't need... I can just go to the root of the website. It's going to do the login. Click manage profile. Click into enter your phone number. Fill in a phone number. Click save. Let's call this profile changed. Phone number. I don't mind taking screenshots for these. Check for the manage profile. No. Check that the phone number text box is now filled with the new number. So it's going to enter your phone number, and it's going to check that it is this value. And just because I'm a little bit... I don't like magic strings, I'm going to call this test phone number. All right. So we're keying in the test phone number, and we're going to make sure that we have that test phone number coming back out. But I think we can optimize this even a little bit more. I want to create an abstract test, an abstract class that contains the information for logging in. And even move some of these login actions into a method that will allow you to say, log in, and go and do that. Public abstract class. And I'm going to call this... No. I'm going to call this... I don't want to call it Sharpsight something. Authenticate... Authenticated page tests. Right? And I'm going to do that. And now let's bring those over here. These might even turn into a constant class like you're talking about, Thindall. Do I know what the error in the top bar is about during a design time build? No. And I'm just gonna remove it. Whack! There it goes. Has the login link. That's fine. I don't need anything there. But here, this can login. I think I want to turn this into a login method. So let's extract a method. Login with default admin. Nah. Login as default admin. Yeah. And I'm going to take this and I'm going to pull it up to authenticated page tests. So here it is down here, and I'm going to make this protected so that it can be called here. Add a test that logs in and logs out. Well, guess what? I now can remove that and say login as default admin. And here's the log out. I don't think I need to add a method for that. Maybe I should. Just to make it a little bit clearer. I mean, I suppose that's okay, right? And I'm just going to pull that up. So now my logout method is over here. Be nice if there was a... No! No, no! What happened? No! Oh no, it's going to DuckDuckGo. Everything's going crazy. Alright. Where did I go? Here. It'd be nice if I could control dot and change that to protected. Like just change the scope. I did see there was also use expression body. Nah, I don't need to do that. So now that just says await logout. Cool. Can log in, that works, has login link. That should work with all of that little bit of refactoring. So now can view profile. We haven't run this yet. That's not going to get there. We need to log in first, right? Log in as admin, and then go to manage page, and then try that. And then we're going to test and do all these. So here it's doing the login, right? And login goes directly to the login page, so I don't even need that bit. Right? I can just say await login as default admin, and then go manage profile and try to change it. A little bit of refactoring there that's going to go a long way for the maintainability of these tests. Let's split that. So my code gen's running up there. It actually won't be able to get to anything, but it's not trying to, so that's okay. Go back in here, and let's try running build and test and see what it does. So I'll just move that up so you can see what it's doing here. Warm Peas, hello, hello. Your brain's a bit squishy? Oh man, I hope you're feeling better. I'm going to turn off the keyboard cam so you can see a little bit more of the text there. Log into the dashboard. Yeah. Yeah. And then. Right, that's not running over here. So let's go. All predefined address pools have been subnetted. That's a new one. So nothing's running. Eh. Do that again. Someone had that arrow in Blue Sky? Feels weird, man. There it is. Log into the dashboard. Started. And website is running. Here it goes. Running the end-to-end tests. And errors. That's okay. Locator expected to be visible. The heading with the name manage profile. And it's trying to shut things down. And we've also got, look at this. Oh, we got broken tests. Locator expected to have value this, but it was that. So first off, the mask was not applied. Like, I need to show the mask. Fine. But the manage profile label is not on it as well. It says manage your account. All right, so we got some work to do here. Heading. Right, it's on that default profile page. Manages. Is it index? Yeah, account manage. It's just profile. Do I really need to test if that's there? And even then, the text is... Don't need this one because I'm over here. So manage profile it's looking for. All right. The test phone number is this. So I actually need to, I can't test for that same phone number. Because it's going to be that. Run it again. Let's see what we get. Saw an error on... No, not Skynet. Docker networks not being dropped by Aspire. I believe it. Yeah, there was an error up at the top, and I just kind of ignored it. Usually it comes from some plugin that's misbehaving. And for the most part, I ignore them. Particularly because I'm running preview builds. Darn it, my coffee's done. I didn't bring any water. All right, what do we got? One failed test. Locator expected to have value 5551234, but was okay. This is good. This is the test is properly failing because it doesn't work. So now, let's go fix it. How do I fix it? I don't know. Over here. So it's keying in the phone number, and when you click save, it's going to call onValid submit async down here. It's going to try to set the phone number based on the phone number that was set. Does this user have a phone number? Is that... And then update. Additionally, the phone number that's being displayed is input.phone number. So after it redirects to current page with status. I completely forgot you could do that. Right? And that message just gets put into and it gets a status message from the cookie. Yeah, I completely forgot you could do that. But it also uses cookies, so if somebody has cookies turned off, that doesn't work. So we should see that working now. Like, just rerun the test. Right? It's going to go exercise everything. I could even, like, filter down to just that test. But it's still got to build and go through. And you think DeepSeek has fallen? How so? Like, their servers were getting overwhelmed with how many people started using it. Error. Locator expected to have value 555, 555, 1234, but was this. Bummer. So it's keying it in, it's pushing the, I think it's pushing the save button, and it's not showing it. Let's take a look. Let's run this ourselves and look into it. Ads start in less than 5 minutes here. Status DeepSeek com. Did everybody break it? Oh boy. API degraded performance. Yeah, they're getting hit pretty good. The good problems of success. Hey, that's great. You have an amazing website. Everybody wants to use it now. Like, that's a thing. So I'm going to change this to 1, 2, 3, 4, save, and no, it did not update. So it did properly, the playwright test did properly still fail. I'm going to debug and figure out what I need to do to fix this. So on valid submit, it's going to try and set the phone number right there, and if there's a failure, do this. Well, let's put a old-fashioned breakpoint in there. Save. All right, if input phone number, yeah, you're not going to show me that. Does not equal that. Did it just, like... It just completely jumped over it instead of letting me step in. So I know it didn't do that. Let's try a little bit more here while I have the debugger attached. So we're gonna go get that user. Right, we have a user. Yep, admin at localhost. And look at all that. There's the phone number. So it's going to set display name. It's going to set phone number. The phone number it's set is not showing up there. What? Didn't set the phone number. So what is this? Can I look at input? Input. Administrator and no. That's not being received. Yeah, a lot of the media are talking about DeepSeek, so the users are going to check it out. Why didn't that post properly? I'm gonna cancel this running in the background here. Thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you, Playwright CodeGen, but now I gotta go fix the thing that I'm trying to test. Yeah, why is that input? Edit form model equals input. Form name profile. Do I have to... Right? Do I have to do that? Maybe? See what we get. We're right there, man. But clearly the form isn't submitting properly. So, here we go. Over this. Ads just kicked in on Twitch. You've got 2 minutes. I wish I would remember my login, you know? Can we do the remember me? No, didn't even get me in there. Back over here. Nope, didn't save it. There's multiple forms on this page. There's multiple forms on this page. Right? No, I don't want the JavaScript. I want... That did a full post back. That did a full post. And it did a redirect. No. Right, there's the post. Payload, verification token, and it did post the phone number. And it was directed to redirect. Let's take a look in the database. I don't think it made it there. Oh, PG admin failed to start. Is the locale combo a form? It might be. But now that I'm specifying the form name that I want, it should be coming back. Oh, no, that's not starting. And I'm not getting any log information. What do we got over here? Create network. All predefined address pools have been fully subnetted. Okay. We'll figure you out later. I might have to restart Docker or something. So let's reattach. Right, that's doing a full post back. This is not a interactive page. And the phone number it has in memory is 1212. There's the input model. The input model isn't receiving. This isn't receiving properly. Why not? What's the other parameter over here? Name. The name of the form value. Well, it should. Right? Input model. Input. Phone and. If I take that out. Not sold on that yet. Restart it. Oh, not only is the locale combo. Yeah, I know right there. Well, I've marked it as required, so that's going to be a value. In order to get to there, because it needs to pass the validation, right? On valid submit, it's going to properly pass the required constraint. So launched the app. Oh, I gotta log in again. Remember me. Log in. Okay. Administrator right here. All right, what do we have for input? Nope, didn't pick it up. Let's ask Copilot. This model, this parameter, this property is not being populated by the form when it is submitted. Why is it not receiving values from the form? Remove the supply parameter from form. Okay. I'm game. I don't think it's right. No, it's not a browser thing. see what we got here. I'd like some endpoints, please. I'd like some endpoints. Can we try this again? With feeling? Like, come on. There we go. Now we got at least that endpoint. There's this one. There we go. And I'm still logged in. Good. One less step. Input. Nope, didn't receive it. Nope. How do I tell Copilot it's wrong? Do I have to put parameter on this also? Maybe? Maybe. Could I have a race condition? No. Should be public. That makes sense. Because it's being set from outside. I bet you it's a scope thing. I bet you it's a scope thing. Public. It really helps. Also nice to see live challenges and errors that come across. Yeah, I need to summarize when we run into a problem, here's how I fixed it type of thing. I need to do something to make that a valuable resource. Alright, so down here, this, save. And if we look at input, nope. Nope. It is doing the post back with that value. Right, it's right there. Do I have multiple request verification tokens on this? Don't think so. But it is posting back. Take off the phone attribute. All right, I'm game to try that. That looks like it refreshed. Nope. No difference. Right? No. I'll put that back on. I could set the page to interactive. No. Wait a sec. Right? Yeah, I can do that. That's what I was looking for. Try that again. See what happens. We probably don't want pre-rendering on it. Wham! Object reference not set to an instance of an object. That's a race condition because I don't have context. Here. This needs to happen on parameter set. Because this isn't finding the current user. On parameter set async. But this could misbehave a little bit. Actually, wait a minute. It is working. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I got this. You know what this is? Right there. I'm setting the display name and the phone number on the input model during initialize. Instead of on whatever value is coming in. Yeah. If I remove those, let's test this. Right, I don't have a name and I don't have a phone number here. We'll get those filled in a minute. Okay, it says my profile has been updated. I took the... let's do something else. Okay. It did save the phone number. Input.phone number. It is there. we're saving off this current information here. On after render, we should stuff those in. Yeah. Yep, fine. Restart it. Let's go. Hey, Trash 1337, give me a minute. We'll take a look. Preview 4 is available of what, McNets? Oh, you might be right, Robson. I might be double clutching here. Yeah, it doesn't run. Then what's that look like on the default page? Right? So do we do something here like if input phone number? Right, so we know that it doesn't have a value because it hasn't been posted back. Then set it. Yep, restart it. It doesn't matter where I'm getting it from. Really? No, if it is null or empty, I have it the wrong way. There it is. Right? So now it's taking a look at input phone number, and the input phone number has that value. So it's not going to reset it. It just did the redirect. Boom, there it is. There we go. All right. Let's try changing it. Let's... Hang on. Where'd it go? What did I just thought of something. When it runs that test, it's going to set the phone number. And that phone number is going to change. No, I didn't want to start that. Well, let's go look and see if it formatted it. Yeah, the ASP.NET Community Stand-Up is starting. We'll raid over and support our friends on the ASP.NET team. Turn that off. Yeah, see, it didn't format it. So if I change it to that, save, yeah, it still didn't format it. I'm okay with that. And on valid, it's going to set the phone number and then save it down here. So I don't need this. What I want is now how do I get a random string? Set this to a random string of 10 digits. No. No, that's not. Define a test phone number variable as a random string of 10 digits. No. No. You're gonna make me do something stupid here. Hey there, PowerShell Freak.
PowerShell_Freak just resubscribed for 61 months.
Hello. Is that what I want? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. And math min, math max. Why am I doing? No. Just do random next, man. But random next. Yeah. So I can only go up to what, 2.1 billion? Right? So if I do int.max value, I mean that's fine, right? You're not gonna like that. So if I do int.max value -1. Yeah. What's the issue here, friend? What? No. Do I have to do, is it, no, it's not math.random. Why am I not getting, not random, random, yeah. Random.shared. Next int 64. Like that. So now I can say test phone number here. And I'm looking for it to be test phone number down there. So now it's going to randomly generate a phone number that's 10 digits long. There we go. How you doing, PowerShell Freak? Good to see you. I am going to finish running this test, and then I think we're going to check it in, call it there. Ad starts in 1 minute. You know what? No, ads aren't going to start. Snooze that, John. For at least 5 minutes. Here we go. Building. Feeling good about this. I like having Playwright in the mix here so that we're getting a little bit of assurance that these tests and that the website is running properly. And we're going to continue to add tests and grow this so we get assurance that we don't break crap. There we go. Tests all succeeded. Fantastic. Check that in. Check that in. Add everything. Added Playwright tests to exercise login. Yep. Do it. Here we go. It is this issue 266. Fixed input model management on user profile page. Added Playwright tests. Fixes. No, it wasn't 177. It was... What was it? That one. Create the pull request, run the test, go. Is there a way to make it use a fresh Postgres database when running locally so the end-to-end tests don't use our local data? Great question, DGen1. We can pass in a different volume. We can tell it not to use a data volume. Pass in some sort of a parameter that tells it not to use a data volume. That's a great point. While that's running, update Playwright test to not use a persisted DB volume. When testing, we should start with the scaffolded data, the seeded data. That's the word I'm looking for. And not persist the test data. I don't think it's a bug, but it's definitely something to be fixed. Where is it? Up for grabs. Because I need to check out. I got some other things I need to get into. Let me take a look at that pull request over there. Yes, show me tests. Yeah, you're supposed to go over there. There it goes. Running the test now. Oh, look at that! Look at that! I just did the Playwright test. Build and test completed successfully. Publishing the test. Publishing the badge to GIST. 401. That feels weird. And it failed because it didn't publish the test.
Developers.
Like, that's weird. Like, got through it so quickly. But for some reason, it's like, it doesn't like that gist token. The unit test ran properly with that same gist token. There's the development certificate. Good. I wish this would run and be like, I cached this a little bit. Yeah, that 401 is haunting me. So, and it was working so well. Nothing's more fun than fighting certificates authentication. Totally agree, President Notcher. Totally agree. Here it is. Installing the browsers. Yep. Bang. And not bang, but come on now. Ads have kicked in for the next 2 minutes. Let's see how it goes. All right. Run the tests. And it felt like it started a lot faster last time. Okay. Waiting for the website to respond. Okay, application started. Good. So it's updated all the database. Yeah, now it's applying and updating the Postgres database that's been requested and started by Aspire, right? Remember, what's going on underneath here? .NET Aspire is waking up and starting brand new database. It's actually starting pgadmin, but we're ignoring that. We should probably have some sort of a test model that shuts those things off to a little bit of what DGen 1 is talking about. And it's going to run all of the database migration against the database. And when all of that migration is done, then it's going to come back and the website itself will start, and we should then get access. So this taking a little bit longer, come to think of it, isn't completely terrible. But it's annoying for somebody who's impatient like me. Right? Ads are done. Welcome back. We're waiting for our playwright tests to finish here. I think we've just about got it. But it's hanging. And we're 2 minutes in. And we've seen that this will hang and not respond. And that's annoying. The best thing is not to wait and do something else. Well, the other thing I was going to do was sign off and say goodnight for today, because I do have other things to get to. Some other projects that I need to work on. But, right, this should get... Right, see, the unit test ran in 47 seconds. This is locked up here. Like, it's not going to get past that. And yeah, operation was canceled. And it's cleaning up. Look at uploading badge to gist, and that failed too. So I'm going to tinker with this. I do need to run, and that's okay. The pull request is out there. I'll take a look at it later today, and we'll try and get that in the box and fixed. But I do need to run. I've got some other things that I need to get to today. Let me get you set up with the ASP.NET Community Stand-Up. I believe our friend Dan Roth is over there today talking about Blazor. Peeking in. No, oh my gosh. It's Damien and Maddie talking about Aspire. Oh, lucky us. Let's go raid Visual Studio and hear more about .NET Aspire. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's always great writing code with you. We got some cool Playwright tests built today. We're still running into some issues with stability of them running on GitHub Actions. So I'm going to take a look and work through that, and hopefully I have an update for you tomorrow. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Wherever you might be, I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.